And I think I'm ready. Am I ever actually ready? I don't think I'm ever actually ready. But you know what? We're gonna try. Turn my music down. What's up, everybody? I have chat in a totally new location. So if I end up looking in the wrong direction, that you all can so obviously see, it's because I'm stupid and not willing to read chat at the moment. It's now on my left-hand side. It used to be on my right-hand side, so we'll see what happens. Chloe Scott, thank you for the follow. 3 minutes ago. I hate that I waited that long to acknowledge that, but thank you. Welcome. Kitty, Teddy, how are y'all? My mic feels like it's really far away right now. I've not done this in like a week. This is weird. Has it been a week? I don't know. And knock all those over. I don't know when people are going to be joining me, or if people are going to be joining me, so I may be punching ghosts in the face on my own this time. I'm not scared, you're scared. So there's that. Step. Step, 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 step. I hope I'm coming through pretty good. I hope I sound good. I need to turn off studio mode in OBS. So let's just do a game. I'm not doing professional because I'm not a professional, but intermediate. I'm fine with that. Let's do Tanglewood. Go. I appreciate you lurking. Always welcome. Everybody's always welcome. Auto buy. No. How do I do this? Let's see. One of everything. Add. No. That's not how that works. Remove. Add. How does this work? I never have to do this. I'm so confused. Crucifixes. How do I do the thing? I have to... apparently. Obviously, I need the tripods, so how do I... Oh, okay, I can do that. Bam, 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 bam. Resalt. Okay, 2 cameras. Parabidoptical. Motion senses. All the smudges. All the lighters. 2 headgear, because I've only got 1 head, and it might get ripped off at some point. I've never loaded the truck before. This is weird. Firelights, both crucify, the cameras, the UV. Why is there only 1 UV option? That's dumb. There's really only 1 UV option? Well, that's stupid. Thermomy, nope, I don't. I want the level. I want the good thermomy. Spirit box, we'll add 1. Nope, I gotta buy 1, don't I? Buy. Can only have 1 spirit box? What? What? We'll add the book. We'll add the UV, and we'll add the dots. Add. Only 2 firelight? Need to buy firelight, don't I? Buy. Buy. Load out. I don't know how this works. Also, my music's really quiet now. Anyway. Headgear's fine. Parabidoptical's fine. Cameras are fine. Let's do sound sensors. Let's just do sound sensors and tripods, because why not? I got the money. Okay, is that everything in the truck now? Why is there no headgear? Give me my headgear. Gosh darn it. How does this work? It says there's 4. Why is there no headgear? I want my headgear. Am I not allowed to use headgear? Do I not have a head to gear? I need to buy headgear, don't I? I own 0 headgear. 4. Buy. Load out. Add all 4. Okay. Add. Now is it there? Hey, I know how to do stuff. Let's just do it. See what happens. We're doing it live. First time solo ghost hunting.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Oh, I already don't want to do this alone.
Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a curse.
EMF. Member witnessed the ghost event. Go below 25% sanity. Okay, cool. So, EMF, go crazy, and see the ghost. Got it. Palindromic Bob, thank you for the follow. That name is fantastic and hard to say, but I love it. Anyway, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How's it going? We are ghost hunting by ourselves for the first time ever, and I'm not scared, you're scared. Discover the ghost type, reach 0 sanity, survive with only the starter items, and play a medium map. Okay, cool. I need a cheat sheet. I need to get my cheat sheet open. We'll do that next round. No, doing it now. Cheat sheet. I need it. Chrome. Phasmo cheat sheet. And this is the weird part when I need to sneeze. This is going to go on that monitor. Can it go on the side of that monitor? It can. Hey, look at me go. Okay, cool. Alright, let's go. I need headgear. Turn that on, even though that headgear sucks now. Let's do UV. Spirit box. I said spirit box and EMF. No. Spirit box can go later. Thermometer. Grab the key. My music is super loud in my ear now, which is weird. We're gonna open the truck. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear the game? How's that going? I'm hoping everybody can hear me and see me and stuff and laugh at me when I die here in a second. Okay. Breakers off. Turn everything on. Process. It should be in the garage. Open that. Turn that on. I need to go find the bone. I'm gonna mute my mic so I can talk and not have to worry about a yokai. Kitchen ghost? Not a kitchen ghost. Is it a dining room ghost? Not a dining room ghost. Okay. Process of elimination says it's in the basement. Actually, it's probably in the front room. But we're gonna check the basement anyway. No Ouija board. There is a hiding spot in the basement. That's good to know. A hammer. Who needs a hammer? Everybody needs a hammer. Okay. Is it in the living room? Temp's going down. It could be a living room ghost. I think we have a living room ghost. Temps are going down. We're going to throw that down there. We're going to turn this on. We're going to throw it there. We're going to go out to the truck. We're going to turn the UV on too. And go out to the truck. UV can go right there. To the truck. Is this hallway clear to hide in? It is. Nice. Left this room. That light switch was really loud. Bathroom? Nope. Not a bathroom ghost. Closet. Is there a bone in the closet? Gotta find the bone. Where's the bone, people? Turn that off. Okay. There's the car key. We're gonna take it. We're gonna go out to the truck. Oh, I hate doing this by myself. I don't like it. I need buddies to do all the work for me. Sanity's good. Not even a yokai I can hunt now. Let's see. What did I come in here for? Let's do crucifix. Crucifix, motion sensei. Oh, those are flashlights. Spirit box. No. Spirit box last. Dots. Are we pretty sure it's in the... Yeah, no, kitty. I was not planning on streaming, and then I chose to stream. It was a spur of the moment thing. I need a bone. Where's the bone? Ghost? There's a closet there to hide in. That's good. Bathroom bone? Bathroom bone. Nice. Okay, I'll have to remember that and come back and get it with the camera. Bathroom bone. Oh, I can check for the cursed object too. Nope. I don't know what it is. Anyway, let's go put the crucifix down. We're gonna throw it down right there. Check temps. Ooh, it might not be in here. Is it this room? Temps going up. Not a B-dubs room. Is it in the baby room? Can't hide in that closet. Okay. Tim's going up in the baby room. Is it right here? No change? What about this room? Oh, come on, ghost. You shouldn't have changed rooms already. Tim's going down again. Okay. I think it's in here. We're gonna go with it that it's in here. We're gonna motion sensor. We're gonna dots. Yoink. Just touched a door. Heard it touch something. Anyway, okay. What else? I need a spirit box. Gonna get a spirit box. Let's do spirit box. We're gonna do book. And let's take a camera. Oh no, I got the UV on me. UV go away, take the camera. Because I gotta get a picture of the bone. Always photograph your bones, people. Be a good paleontologist. Bathroom bone. Photos. 3-star bone picture. You know, as we do. That light off. Where are you? You just turned that light off. Are you near? Oh, it helps if I'm not muted. What's up, ghost? Where are you? Are you near? Are you a ghost? Do you like piñatas? Ghost. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. Oh, put the book down. Can you write in that book, please? Let's check in that room. What's up, Paulette? How are you? Ooh, Tim's going down in here, too. I bet it's in here. Turn the light off in here, so we're gonna move everything. Turn this light on. Take the book. Take the cruci. We'll put the cruci down in here. Cruci. Book. Can you write in the book, please, Ghost? Since I ask so nicely. Yeah, quit being sick, you jerk. You're supposed to be well, so we can hunt ghosts. Dots. Ghosty. I heard that. Why are you throwing things? Check temps. Ooh, it's cold. It's cold in here. We got the room. What else is over here? Spirit box. EMF reader. Yes, get right on that. Feel better already. Gosh darn you. EMF. Where are you? Where are you? Turn the light off. Where are you? Are you near? Are you friendly? Do you speak French? EMF 5. That's good to know. We're gonna run away now. Run away! Okay. EMF 5. Ghost. Evidence. I know how to play this game. EMF level 5. I need a camera. I need a camera. I need to take UV in there. I need to still get on the sanity. The ghost is just a butt nugget. Have we got anything? EMF. Okay. Huh. What else? Camera. Tripod. I don't want to take the other cruci in there. Would it be stupid for me to take the other crucifix in there? I want to take the crucifix in there. Oh, but now I can't. Go away, camera. This camera. So yeah, I need all my friends to feel better so we can play games and hunt ghosts and things. It is a requirement by law. You're legally obligated to play games with me. So there's that. Hi, ghost. Camera there. Light off. Oh, crucifix. Put it there. You know that's really annoying? Let's check for UV while I'm in here. Hey, fingies! We got fingies. And I don't have a camera on me. Like a moron. Okay. Wonder what it could be. Ooh, not fun options. I need to take salt. I need to take a camera now and get the fingies. Let's do camera. Salt. We'll double salt. That's fine. Double salt it is. How's my sanity? 85. What can we, let's see. What can we do? We check off my evidence now. EMF 5. EMF 5. We got ultraviolet. So, freezing temps would be a gin. Gin hunt at 50%. All of these hunt at 50%, so I should be good. I should be very good. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Heard that. Ghosty ghost. Bam, bam, bam. Throw that down. Bam, bam, bam. I jumped at that phone. You're a jerk. Heard that. Nice. 1, 2, 2, 3. Let's turn that. Nope. Bam. Turn that on. Hey, we still got fingies. Does that count? That better have counted. Photos. Okay, good. That counted. Turn that off. None of them are spirit box now. I want to go look at the camera. Honestly, the new lighting update kind of bugged me. Potato phone. I said that, and my mind went to the tune from Aladdin of You Never Had a Friend Like Me. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I don't want to get low sanity, jerk face. Camera. Camera's gonna be in a really bad location, isn't it? A Goryo doesn't do face dots. Banana phone. Wah wah. Ghost? Stop it. Get some help. Let's see. Obake, a Myling, a Goryo, or a Jin. Jin would be freezing temps. It did play with the lights for a minute in that room. Goryo would be dots. Book writing would be Myling. It hasn't written in the book though. And then ghost orbs would be an Obake. I don't see ghost orbs. Meep meep. Okay, so it won't be spirit box. That's my 4 last evidence there. Okay. It's not a mimic because we don't have dots. I feel like we don't have orbs. We would have had orbs by now. Blam blam. I said, nope. Go away. I already got UV. That photo counted, right? Yep, it did. Okay, how many more pictures do I need? 3, 4, 5. I need 5 more pictures. It just turned that light on. Can a djinn turn the lights on? I think it's a djinn. Because the djinn can't turn the breaker off, so it would try to flip the breaker, wouldn't it? Djinn would be freezing temps, right? Well, my first guess is djinn. Alright, I'm at 85. I'm gonna take another smudge. Nope, I can only take one smudge, because I need the lighter. Well, that sucks. Got it. See, I know this game. I'm a pro. Here I go to die. What'd I come in here for? Or we're gonna check the... Get out of here, camera. Freezing temps. It's a djinn. I did not step in that other salt, though, did it? Oh, it did. Get more pictures. Thanks, Ghost. You're so nice. 2, 3. Look at me. Okay. Leave the camera in here. I'm gonna go grab another salt. Try and get those last pictures. Where are the cursed items on this map? I never know an answer to that question. Ooh, busy ghost. I don't want to go for those. I don't need a perfect game. I just want all the pictures. Salt. That's fine. We're gonna go salt. Here we go to salt the day. This ghost is like, I just wish you'd go away. I'm gonna salty salt right here. Hey! Go on, you jerk. Which ghost? It's this last one, right? Okay. Thank you. I know you're angry. It should be all of my pictures now, yep. Okay, we're gonna go. Bye, ghost. 25% sanity and witness a ghost event, which I should have just gotten that last one. Okay, I could go for 25% sanity. Right? Just go sit in a hole. Should I do that? Should I try for a perfect game? Solo perfect game. That's what I should do. Y'all just want me to die. See how you are. Alright, this inside closet's open. I'm gonna go smudge. Smudge. I'm gonna go grab pills. I can't find the cursed item. I don't know. I heard that, you jerks. Let's take double pills. Kitty, you're a jerk. Turn that light off. That down. Pill, pill, smudge, smudge. Oh, good call. Thank you. Alright, I'm muted. Good call, Aulette. That's why you're the pro. Gotcha. Well, this close to a perfect game, I mean... Solo perfect game on intermediate, because I was scared to do professional. Shut up. Nobody knows anything. This is a professional run, obviously. Okay, we have a gin. Freezing temps. 1.7. Is that a hunt? Like 85. Loot card, yeah. Oh, the groan was the loot card. That was in game just a second ago. I don't want to go look for the cursed item. It scares me. Voodoo doll in the garage. See, to get to the garage, I gotta go through the ghost room. That's scary. Ghost room is small. Ghost room is small, yes. Not there yet. We gotta hit 50 before it can hunt, right? So if that was, it would have been an event, wouldn't it? That would have been an event. I could go get the voodoo doll and try, right? It would lower sanity really quickly. Unless I get it through the heart, right? It feels risky. Feels risky. What's the one you can't hide from? I'm scared. Can hide from any of them? No, there's one ghost you can't hide from. I don't think it's a djinn though. I don't think the djinn's the one you can't hide from. Dio, Dio, Dio. Gotcha. Wish I knew what my sanity was. So anyway, how's it going? I have a double smudge. I could... Got a double smudge and a double cruci. I can survive this. No voodoo doll. Nope, no voodoo doll. It's in the basement. Nope, nope, nope. There may not be a cursed object. Is there always a cursed object? This is intermediate, so there may not be. No. Monkey paw, that's what it is. I don't know if a monkey paw will help me drain sanity. Let's go check sanity. It hasn't hunted yet, so it shouldn't be 50%. Oh no! Yeah, I got a long ways to go. Is it worth the wait? I don't know if it's worth the wait. Yeah, but I don't need a hunt. I just need low sanity. It's active. The hunt will drop sanity. Okay. Alright, I want to trust you. If I die, it's all your fault. Should I do it? I'm scared. Do it. Alright. I wish to see the ghost. I'm scared. I don't like this. That's normal speed? Okay. I know it says it can speed up to 2.5. I've got the cheat sheet open that Impulse and Skiz and them use. Because I'm a cheater. I'm a cheater. Oh, jeez. Anything else I could wish for? Could I wish for low sanity? Is that a thing? I feel like that's a thing. This ghost is super active, though. Oh, it is on the cheat sheet. Let me look. Guides. Monkey paw. A wish for activity. A wish for sanity. Wish to be safe. A wish to leave. A wish for knowledge. A wish for weather. Okay. What's the weather types? Drop sanity by 25%. There's the hunt, so I'm at least 50% in. There was a cruci. I wish for rain. Got it. Pill. Pill. There's a hunt. It's hunting, I think. I don't hear it. That was an event? How do you know that? What the heck? How do you know that? Hate this game. I don't know why I play it with you people. Go in there. Pick this up. You go in there. Lighter. Putting everything back. That. Camera. Okay. Perfect game. Oh, I reached 0. That's funny. I wonder if I hit it before reverse cat mode. I wonder if I hit the 25% sanity before I took the pills. Or like before I made that last wish. That's probably the case. Alright. We have a gen. We're gonna hit go. Inverted cat mode, yes. Oh, watch me be wrong. I'm gonna be so mad if I'm wrong. Oh, I got it!
Back. I've got some
Woo!
jobs ready for
Look
you.
at this. Average sanity below 25. Reached 0 sanity. Oh. I had all the pictures. I didn't get a picture of the cursed object. Should have been. How do I see that? Would it be in the book right now? Got the bone. You can't tell at this point. Oh, that makes me mad. Can barely see hands on that one. Oh, that's frustrating. Should have had a perfect game. I want glitch insurance. Three-star footprint photos. Okay, OnlyFans. Complete challenge mode in the high school. No thanks. Correctly find the ghost type. Prevent hunts with a crucifix. Okay. Well, that's stupid. Yeah. Anyway, it's okay. It is what it is. Let's see. Buy what I need. Add to the truck. Alright. It says play a medium map. What's a medium map? Reset that. Maps. Small, large. Medium would be prison or Maple Lodge. Sunny Meadows and the high school are large. Okay. Or the big camp. Alright, let's go to prison, and we'll just gag prison. Ready? Yep. Start.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment.
Open.
Starting the investigation.
Parabolic.
Reports of a
Ghost
dead
presence with a
object
motion
nearby.
sensor. Clear the
This
with
must
an
be the
instance.
reason
Okay.
that the ghost was summoned here.
I'm joking.
You may be able to use it to your advantage.
I don't even think I fooled anybody. I didn't even fool myself. Evidence. Yuri. It's Yuri. Oh, yeah, I would have died quickly in that one. 150 bucks. Not bad. Nice. Alright. Oh, wrong button. I'm a total noob.
Welcome back.
Single player. Okay. Gotta load the truck. Add. Shut it. You saw nothing. Tinglewood. What else do I need to do? Survive with only the starter items. What are the starter items? I don't know what that means. I have no clue what that means. Just the starter items. Is that these top ones? Don't have anything else? Don't load the van. So like that? I just have to survive. I don't have to get it right, do I? One flashlight, one camera, one UV, one thermometer. Okay. Let's just do it. Let's see what happens.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and
My stupid window keeps resizing. Incense, well, shit, that's not gonna happen. Motion sensor, blow out a firelight. Okay, I don't have any firelights. Stupid, stupid game. Flashlight, turn it on. UV, turn that on. Motion sensor, or, thingy thing, temp thing. None of the things. Doing it live. Exactly. I don't think the devs of this game have ever done, like, planks or wall sits. Because if they did, they would realize that 2 minutes is not enough time for anything. Yes, it's a motion detecting thermometer. You shake it really hard, and it'll tell you whether or not the mercury's moving. You have a basement breaker. No Ouija board. Breaker's on. Turn this light on. Light's at the top of the steps. We're not going to worry about it. No hiding spot in the basement. It's also not a basement ghost. Ah, it's Sky! Run away. Everyone be afeared. Not in here. Do we have a garage ghost? Not a garage ghost. It's also not a voodoo doll. That's good to know. Michael's Sky. Got it. Okay, we have hiding spots in here. Gonna leave that light on. Kitchen ghost? Temps aren't dropping, so probably not a kitchen ghost. There's the bone. Not in here. Alright. Let's turn this light on. There's a light on in here. Or I thought. Something's glitching a light right there. That's a hiding spot. Do we have a... Nope. We might have a hallway ghost. Temps went down. Or it's this room. Nope. No lower temps there. I bet it's a hallway ghost. Hallway ghost. Look at us. Turn that on. Turn that on. We'll verify that it's a hallway ghost. Ooh. Could be in here. Baby ghost. Okay. It's in here. Check for UV. Turn this light on. I'm gonna throw UV down. Alright. Take the car keys. Oh, it's foggy? That's gross. Baby ghost, worst ghost. See, Minecraft has the baby zombies, but this game got the ghosts of the baby zombies. So there's got to be at least one more game that has a baby skeleton, and we'll have a perfect game. Perfect trifecta of games. I didn't even get a tripod. What the heck? Dots, book. Terrified of what my sanity is going to be at the end of this. Dots. Why can I not place that down? Write in the book, please. Write in the book, please. Check UV again. Not UV. Check temps. Not yet freezing. What else did I bring in? Nothing. Get through that picture. Pulte. It's Pulte. Get through the picture. Time to leave. If it's the ghost of an undead, does that make it a living ghost? Yes. You're exactly right. How did you know? I will come back for UV, or for that. I want to take the camera. Look at this graph. That way. I see you. Messing with the lights like a jerk. Still not freezing temps. Still no UV. No UV out here. No UV. Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? This ghost is stupid. Oh. You know what helps to do the spirit box if I have my mic turned on? Where are you?
Hold it here in the...
Thanks, ghost. Spirit box. Let's watch the camera for a hot minute, and then we'll have to do UV. Need to go turn that light off too. So far, no dots or orbs. Can't even see the dots with the light on. Let's go turn the light on. Yes, it's got dots on it, okay? Jeez. EMF 2. This door's been touched. EMF 5. Thanks, ghost. Let's see. Spirit box, EMF 5. Could be a spirit, a wraith, or twins. I'm kind of leaning twins because I had it cold in 2 different rooms. It's kind of what I'm thinking, is twins. Whoop, hit my mouse. Where am I at? There we are. Let's watch the camera again. For dots or EMF, or dots or orbs. Let's see, I have EMF 5, I have spirit box. I would need book writing, dots, or freezing temps for twins. I need to go check that thermometer. Could be a wraith. Oh, there's dots. Okay, we have a wraith. Right as I said it. Look at us go. Wraith. Nope, not ghost orbs. Dots. Jeez Louise. I can't do any of that. But so we're gonna go. Wraith and go. Look at me being awesome. I'm the best at this game. Best there is. You know, I just wake up in the morning and I piss excellence. No bone. Oh, I didn't pick up the bone. Dang it. Could have been awesome. Here I was thinking I could have been awesome, and I didn't pick up the bone. What good am I if I don't pick up the bone? I need to update the EMF reader to the new one. Bam. Audio indicator. Oh, cool. The EMF reader can track up to 3 EMF spots at once. For each of them, it will display the range. A directional display and the intensity of the reading. Once an EMF spot fades away, the remaining readings will be pushed up in the list on the screen, so the newest one is always at the bottom. The beeping sound, a high-pitched note related to the higher intensity of EMF. Cool. That's very cool. I didn't know it could do that. Slayers! With a 2-month resub. Thank you, sir. You are awesome. does not mean I forgive you for scaring the crap out of me with your stream loots, but you're still pretty cool. Don't tell anybody I said that. This VOD is definitely not going to live on eternally on the internet. Totally not. Thank you. I really don't know how to be appreciative because I'm a nerd and stuff. Do I need to update anything else? UV, nope. 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 Well, I got all my stuff. I need to load the truck, though, don't I? Add. Truck's loaded. No. No. I don't. I want the good UV. Right? Or the good, EMF. EMF reader. I got the good one. Good. Okay, cool. What's this challenge mode? Since I'm so awesome. Obviously. Nope, that's not happening. Should I bump up to professional? Are you still updating, Sky? I can do professional. I can't do professional. Who do you think you're talking to? Alright, let's try it. Oh, the hike school. Hike school. Tanglewood. I don't like the upstairs houses. I don't like them. They're dumb. OTO. Okay. Don't know what that means, but cool. My mind just went to my mind went to the old Vine that was like, "Stop saying I look like Chicken Little. He's dumb and a coward, and I am not a coward." Start. Push the button. Where it all began.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Escape the ghost during a hunt. That's not gonna happen. EMF. Incense while it's chasing someone. Oh, well, I could maybe do that. Said no one ever. Let's see. Ghost name, Jack Hall. Gotta be careful saying that. Prevent hunts with a cruci. Find the ghost type. 3-star footprints photo. Gotcha. Headgear. Turn that on. Let's do headgear. We'll do UV. We'll do thermomy. Depends on which ghost I get. This is true. Have a spare hand. What should I? Let's do EMF. Do we think the tier 2 thermometer is better than the tier 1 thermometer? I know it's more like an instant read, but it takes it a hot minute. Key. Door. A stick figure on hands and knees. In despair. Oh, I gotcha. Back on the old MS-DOS, I see. Mute. That's not a hiding spot. Skull in the living room. Turn all the lights on as we go. 50-50 shot. It's in the garage. Turn that light on. Open this door. 50-50 shot failed me like a jerk. Turn that light on. Slow and inaccurate. Ouija board! Heck yeah. Ooh, Tim's going up really slow. Don't tell me we have a basement ghost. Hope we don't have a basement ghost. Stuff's being touched. This thermometer's not doing anything. Just need to point that out. It's not doing anything. It's not in here. Temp's going up. Okay, let's turn that lamp on. Thunder outside, that's fun. That teddy bear's never fallen down. Yep, this room. Fingies. We're in the right room. EMF 5. Ultraviolet. EMF 5. Let's go get a camera. 40 below wind chill. I'm good, thanks. Right now we're at about 6 inches of snow outside, and I am loving it, but I am not a wind chill person. Give me cold and no wind, and I'm happy. I need a camera. I need a book, and I need dots. I'm also pretty good on the sanity front. I need to fix my spreadsheet. So we have professional, we have EMF, we have ultraviolet. Goryo, Myling, Obake, or Jen. Watch this be a Jen again. Whoa, why did it just get so dark? That was weird. Ouija board and the skull. You got it. Let's go do those right now. Pick that up. We'll go to the basement. Damn it. Stupid Streamloots. You all suck. Ouija board. Terrified that it's gonna have the little thing on it and be like, hey, you're talking to me. Get back here when you're talking to me. And then it's gonna be like, oh, you want to hunt? Here, have a magical hunt. Write in the book, please. Thank you. Photos, interaction, book writing. It's very much touching this door. Fingies. I didn't even bring a crucifix in, did I? Dots. I don't need dots now. What am I doing? I know what the ghost is. Ghost writing. It's a Myling. Slayers purchasing 10 packs. Too nice. Hope you put them to good use and then I hate you for it. Let's see. What does a Myling do? Myling is writing. We have a Myling. Myling. Footsteps and vocals cannot be heard more than 12 meters away during a hunt. That's cool. Lots of sounds. Okay, cool. Lots of sounds. It runs quietly. Got it. It's my superpower is the ability to run quiet. I didn't even lose that much sanity. Well, I spoke too soon. Escape the host during a hunt. Escape incense while it's chasing someone. Okay, I need to photo up. We're gonna leave the salt behind so I can take the cruci. Gotta get that reload, of course. I'm gonna put the cruci down inside the ghost room. Right like that. Salty, salty, salt. Can leave the camera so I can bring in more stuff. Gonna go for the extra check marks? I don't know. I might. Should I? This is professional, and that terrifies me. Salt. It's good practice. You're right. Have it hunt and escape. So it's got to see me. This one doesn't have line of sight, though. It's got to see me. And I've got to smudge it as it does, right? So I can, if it hunts and it sees me, I can smudge and then go hide. So I need to go find hiding spots. It does have line of sight? You got 4 epic cards? Slayers? We'll cut you off. It does have line of sight. It doesn't say on the thing it has line of sight. Apparently it does. Most of them do. Okay. Well, that's dumb. Stupid ghost. Have assault. I need... Take the other cruci. No. You don't need that. It also hunts at 50%. Smudge. Smudge. We're gonna go salt. Stepped in that salt. Salty, salty, salt. Make sure all of my photos are 3-star. Picture. 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 All of those are 3-star. I need 2 more pictures. Well, there we are. Picture. Picture. Alright, there's all the photos. So now, can't hide there. I can hide, I can't hide there. Oh, jeez. Don't you flicker the lights on me. Jerk butt. Grab a flashlight from the truck. What for? Take it to the basement. Okay. I don't need 2 smudges and no lighter. On the off chance something happens. We're at 85% though. So we should be good, but just in case. These flashlights suck. Alright, where's the hiding spot in the basement? There's not a... Oh, there's a hiding spot down here. So I kind of want to point my way to that, don't I? Like that. Cool. That light just flickered. EMF going off. I want to do that again. Bam. He just touched the door. So like here. Do I want one here? Or do I want it facing the other way? I want it this way, don't I? Like that? Okay. I hate it. I hate it. I hated that. That was the worst. It shut the door, though. How is that an event if it shuts the door? events do that. Well, they can stop doing that. Because that's dumb. Alright. I want another flashlight outside that hallway, don't I? Like right here. Right? I can put the last one right there at the entrance. Right like that, right? Now I want to double smudge and wait on... Oh, wait. I want to... Hill down there, too. Should be good. I got time. I'm gonna leave the lighter so I can smudge. Double smudge. More EMF. I hate playing this game by myself. This is dumb. This game is dumb. I should have just played Minecraft. That there. Should I leave 2 smudges? Or just the one? Would need just the 1 smudge, right? Might as well leave 2. And I can grab 1. I can grab 2 in the lighter next. And that'll do it. If I've still got time, you think, for 1 more trip, tell that to Windows. Yeah, Bill Gates. And I've got enough sanity for 1 more trip, so I can take another pill down there. And double smudge. I'll come back up for the lighter. Yeah. Oh, it turned the breaker off, the jerk. Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that, Ghost? Jerk, Ghost. I say breaker on. So there. Now, I need a lighter, and I should be good. Grab the cruci on the way out. Oh, that's scary. Oh, I don't like this. This is stupid. Why am I doing this? I should just go. Should not worry about the perfect game. I should just go. Jack Hall, you're gonna be the death of me. I know it. Shut up, Thunder. Nobody asked you. Alright, now what do I need to do? I'm so worried. You go ask the Ouija board a bunch of questions. No. Does a smudge stop it if it's a cursed hunt? I don't think it does. If I smudge, I can run through the ghost, right? Yeah, okay. So I can bring the Ouija board up top. Bring the board to that spot? What do you mean? Bring the board upstairs?
Slayers _ wants you to give the ghost a good old roast.
Ghost! Ghost, you're stupid. Nobody likes you. You smell funny. Grab the smudge. Oh, I gotta grab that other smudge. Don't start from the door? Where am I supposed to start from then? I'm so confused. Next to the TV. Okay. So it'll come out of that room and see me. I can smudge. So start like here. Back further. Okay. Like here? All the way up against the wall. Alright, I can't go any further back. Like here, right? So it's going to come out of that room and attack me. I'm going to wait till it hits the couch, smudge, and run downstairs. Is that right? Okay. Or I can be stupid and press the wrong key. What's your favorite room? Hello? What's your favorite room? Ghost? Where are you? You're in the foyer. Awesome. How old are you? You're 56? Let's play hide and seek. What is this? Hi, guy. How do I know when it's over? It's over? Interesting. Perfect. I want to pill up. That was a very short hunt. Get out. I like smudged and it ran the other direction. Okay. Myling. Let's do it. Go. It started earlier than I thought. It didn't give me the countdown for hide and seek. I don't know if that was hide and seek or not. I think it might have just hunted.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready.
Woohoo! Alright, we're gonna go do the gold insanity mode, right? We're gonna get the gold trophy next? You think it started hunting before hide and seek? Yeah. So it's just really slow because it's old, right? 1310. My gosh. If I want... Gonna restart. Gotcha. Alright. Well, we will wait on... We'll wait on Sky. 2-minute ads. 2 minutes of ads or 2 minutes out on ads? I don't know how to fix that, and I don't like it. Two minutes of ads? You just finished 2 minutes of ads? That's stupid. I'm gonna throw all these down there. I need to make a new lobby, though. We're gonna go multiplayer. Currently going on 2 minutes of ads? That's stupid. I gotta figure out how to fix that. I gotta figure out the ads. I gotta figure out the bot. And that should be it. Leave single player. Multiplayer.
I've got some jobs ready for you. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Create a lobby. Private game. In English. Copy that. And paste it down here. Nope, it didn't copy. I said copy. Paste. Aulette, Gift in Sky, 6 months of tier 1 subs. Wow. Too nice. Too nice. Stop it. While she's rebooting. Nobody tell her. I'm gonna tell her. Oh, my voice just squeaked. That's dumb. I need a drink of water. Came prepared. I brought water with me this time. That's what you call a victory sip. All the snow makes me wish I had a Kevin Bubbles Malone refrigerator Jimmy Mad Eye Dukin mug. So I could have something to drink my warm. You have no cards for a victory sip? Wow. Yeah, I could really go for some hot chocolate in a K mug right now. I got new fans installed in my computer. See, this is why I gotta fix the bot. It did not like that. And I don't know why. And I don't know how to undo that. That should fix it, I think. Because it was all caps. I don't have a caps thing on. I just need to get with Bunny or CKY. And get my bot set up. Because they're the ones that know how all this stuff works. This guy saw something? Victory sip. It's Stream Elements, yeah. Saw the cutest video the other day scrolling through Instagram. I've got it turned off, yeah. This kid refers to Moana as Boat Snack. It's the cutest thing. It deleted Evil's comments? Oh, yeah. Ew, there's a stinky sky in here. Ew. You're not gonna talk to me? No? See how you are. You're like me half the time, just deaf mutism. I need to buy stuff, don't I? Add. Nope, that didn't work. Add? 2 dots. 2 EMF. 2 books. 2 spirit box. Everything is there. I need to add a 3rd camera and more salt. Bye-bye. Bye. Nope. 2 salt and another camera. Bye. Add. What are we missing? Incense. Oh, I want more smudgy smudge. Smudgy smudge, or smudgy smudge. Buy all the smudge. Let's just buy like 8 smudge. Buy. Add. Need a lighter. Headgear's loaded. All the stuff's loaded now. Let's add a parabodoctical. Add. Okay. Truck's full. Boat snack. You can smudge if you want to. Or Slayers can make you smudge. That doesn't go in the song though. I mean, you can smudge even if you don't want to. You can in fact smudge if you don't want to. I'm gonna go ahead and mute Sky. Turn her up a little bit. Willow Street. Who do you think you are with your Willow Street? You can pick your friends and you can pick your smudge, but you can't pick your friend's smudge? Is that how that goes? I need more tarot cards. Ready up. Start. Sky, ready up. Sky, ready up. Sky, ready up. Ready up, Sky.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at
I need to
the
reset my
equipment
thing.
before starting the investigation.
And I don't know this map at all. So there's that.
To a cursed object. Go and take a closer look. Maybe using it will help your investigation.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Gonna yoink. Gonna yoink. Gonna yoink. And then I'm gonna put on a headgear. Don't even know what the objectives are. Detect a paranormal sound with a parabodoctical. Repel while it's chasing someone. Have a member of your team witness a ghost event. That's cool. There are maps on the cheap sheet. Cheap sheet? Man, cheap sheet doesn't last very long. Always breaks. We're gonna go right inside the house. Slayers, message me and remind me of that. Like, DM me. Cheat sheet. Cheat sheet is cheap for sheep. Say that 5 times fast. Another one rides the bus. Don't touch it. Don't touch the stupid thing. Move your head. I need pictures. I will murder you. I need pictures. Put it down. I don't trust her now. Have we found the bone? At least? At least they fed the dog. That's good. There's the bone. It's a big bone. 3-star bone picture. Where's this thing? You ain't got it? Are you lying? No, you're not lying. Where's it at? I need a picture. Throw that in there. I just need a picture and then we can all go about our business, okay? You didn't put it in the truck. Where'd you put it, you jerk? I need the picture. Please tell me where you put the thing you're going to murder me with so I can get a picture before you murder me. You murdering piece of garbage. You flew 9,000 blocks the other day just to kill me. Okay. Now. Don't murder me. Please. No, don't murder me. I believe I did combat log twice, but I also had someone intruding on my property. I'm gonna hold on to this. Go on. I will not murder you with this. We're just gonna put this over here. Like that. No one will know. I've not got my portal set up yet. I'm trying to figure out where I want to put my portal. We may go do a base tour here in a little bit, because I have some plans. Basically, I'm still doing the Lost Boys style thing, like the Lord of the Flies style thing. But I'm going to add in a dark element to it, of like ancient portal as a porthole in a ship. That could be fun. But I'm thinking of like having a dark element to it, because I've been playing a lot of Don't Starve Together, and like as you get more and more insane, you start seeing things. So I'm thinking about doing like a if I can word, like an old Mayan style. It's like part of the base. And then around that area, it's like getting corrupt. And I think that would be fun if I can find a way to make the portal be part of the corruption. I've done a base in this style once before, but I never fully fleshed it out. And I've since deleted the world that had all of the data in it. My thermometer's going up, which means it's down here somewhere. I'm also talking way too much. I found the ghost. It's in the basement. But yeah, I love the old, like, and the new archaeology stuff should help that too. I love the older, like, lore of Minecraft, especially now that we've got 4 different types of chiseled blocks that have some kind of design in them. So between those and the pots, the pottery shards, second room inside the basement, Sky. My thermometer's in it. I'll show you. I need to put more stuff down anyway. You got 4 different types of blocks with faces etched into them. And now you've got all the pottery shards, which you can tell history in it. And, like, all that kind of stuff. Second room there. No door touch. Oh, it helps if I'm unmuted. Was muted the whole time last time. Camera. Let's go get more stuff. So yeah, I think it'd be kind of cool if I can do it right. And also, like I was telling you about Assassin's Creed Black Flag, I'm definitely going to be drawing some inspiration from that. Between all of the ship artwork. Between all of the ship artwork and the, like, Mayan historical value of it, I think it could be fun. Plus, the terrain in that area I picked is so nice. It lends itself well. I've got wool laid out for all of my pathing right now. If somebody would just quit murdering me in my own base so I can work on it, jeez. Yes. Yes. You're gonna stop murdering me. Yes? Dots. You want to grab anything and a camera, maybe? Be great. Grab whatever you want and a camera, please. Or a video camera. Thank you. I started nothing. I did not anything. I told a funny joke, and you decided to murder me for it. Oh, I still laugh about that. I can't believe that was your first time with a an ocean monument either. I don't know if y'all watched Serenity's video, the one she shared, but I was watching one of her older ones. After that, I watched it and then another one auto-played. And she was like trying to dig up from Y1 and had mining fatigue. Write in the book, please, Ghost. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Writing in the book. What's with all the spiders? Are you near? Are you close? Are you friendly? Where are you? Are you close? Are you friendly? Don't think it's Spirit Box. I've been here so long now it hurts, so please help me. Oh, EMF 5. We have EMF 5 in book writing. She sucks. She is literally the worst. I hate it. I hate it. I hate you. You suck. Turn the light on, Ghost. You suck. Book writing. Let's put dots down. Put the book back down. No fingies. Taking this. No, I'm not. Go in there. Shut it. You all know nothing. You suck. Taking these. Taking my smudge and I'm going home. You just gotta smudge while it's chasing somebody. I want a pill. Let's see. We have evidence. We've got EMF 5. And we have ghost writing. Could be a spirit, could be a shade, could be a myling. Do not interact with... So none of that can be... It'd be... Spirit box. Don't think it's spirit box. Don't think it's a spirit. Could be... freezing temps, or could be UV. What is it? What's with all the spiders? I am not muted. Totally wasn't muted. Not at all. You're muted. Shut up. Okay, so it could be... could be freezing temps. Could be UV. It could be spirit box. So it can't be either of those. So the camera is pointless. I don't need a tripod. I only have one flashlight at a time? That's dumb. Where's the best hiding spot, do we think? I took that flashlight. In there? You think it's in here? Ooh, there's a good hiding spot in here. This is true. I want to put a flashlight right here. No. Not an Oni. Could be a Streamlets card. Was a Streamlets card. What's with all the spiders? Bam! Right in the face. Don't trust it. I'm not going back in that house till you tell me where this thing is. Where's the thing? Sky sucks. Sky's the worst. What's with all the spiders? I'm going to take a double smudge, because you can't double smudge or triple smudge. Take another flashlight. Do I put this flashlight at the top of the stairs? Or should I put this one like in the kitchen? Could put it like here, you think? Then we'll put one at the bottom. What's with all the spiders? I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. I don't know why that's in my head now. I know why, exactly why that's in my head now, but there's empty salt containers. You know, it's just common courtesy that when you use the last of something, you throw the container away. What are you, some kind of wild animal? What did I come in here for? Oh, flashlight. Yeah. Take that. Hi. Gosh darn it. Maybe. Should I put this one down here, I think? Like right there? Or should I put it in the corner? Put it here. I don't have a lighter. Do we have all the pictures? We need more pictures. Check. 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 Did you salt somewhere else? I saw the one at the top of the stairs. You've only done 2 salts? The one at the top has 6. Got it. I'm gonna put the camera right there then. And I need a lighter. Parabodoctical repel. We need a hunt. Catching things and eating their insides. Okay. I'm gonna take this lighter. If you want to hunt and you want to do the smudgy smudge, that's fine by me. I can use the spirit box to get a hunt going. Or the thingy thing? The thing? You know, the thing with the stuff and things? I think all that died on us. It's fine. Am not. Hey, Dow, how are you? I'm trying to avoid being murdered by the music box. Because Sky's the worst. You can smudge if you want to. No! Nope, not gonna. Close. Shut the door. Are you trying to summon a dad? This behavior here with the air conditioner running is how you summon a dad. Shut the door. Trick or treat. Trick or treat. Trick or treat. Trick or treat. Trying not to freeze. Yeah, it's very cold. Turn that thermostat down. Exactly. She broke the door. You suck. Get in there. No. Never. Can I offer you a smudge in this trying time? I swear. Don't swear, it's not nice. You will? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? I'm going to a hiding spot.
Slayers _ wants you to go stay in
Exactly,
a corner for 15
Slayers. Is
seconds.
what I'm doing. I want to go stand in this corner. This is when I die. We still need more pictures, too. This is when I die. I'm not dead. Hunt's over. You suck. We still need more pictures, you know. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just like to be right. Exactly. Is that all the photos now? And you didn't get the check. You didn't get the check. You didn't smudge it, did you? Good job. That was normal speed, though. And all of those are normal speeds. That doesn't tell me anything. We still don't know the last evidence. Where's all the thermometers? I'm gonna go check sanity. Where are we at for sanity? Where are we at for sanity? Alright, and none of these hunt, if it's a shade, none of these will hunt above 50%. Well, that's fun. Or we can just go in if you're unmuted. I like to mute my mic, because it could be a yokai yokai yokai, yokai yokai yo, yokai yokai yokai, yokai yokai yo. It can't be a yokai, but it could be a yokai yokai yokai, yokai yokai yo. Who turned off my dots? My dots. Leave my dots alone. It's not freezing temps. So if I say it's not freezing temps, could be a spirit or a myling. Dang it! Stupid sound. Footsteps and vocals can be heard more than... I think it's a spirit. Increase in sensing the ghost will run a hunt for 180 seconds instead of the normal 90. Okay. We threw something. To be a spirit, I would need spirit box. Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you a smelly shade? Do you like pineapple on your pizza? Where are you? Are you close?
And I'm so sorry.
Sky is so sorry. Why are you throwing things? Where are you? Are you close? Are you friendly? Are you the worst? Do you speak French? Ha 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 ha. Wow. We're in the wrong room. No, we're not. Ultraviolet, we have a myling. I need a camera. No, I don't. We got all the pictures. There's the hunt. We have UV. It's a myling. Don't you shake your head at me like you already knew. I know where the one in the garage is. Does that count? I really want to hang a map of the world in my room and put little pins in it and all the locations I visited. But first I gotta visit the top 2 corners of the world so it don't fall down. Mitch Hedberg is my favorite comedian of all time, I think. I like escalators because escalators can never break down. They can only become stairs. You will never see an escalator temporarily out of order sign. You'll only see a sign that says escalator temporarily stairs. Sorry for the convenience. Yokai 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 yo. Yokai 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 yo. Yokai 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 yo. Turn my headlamp off. Yoka, 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 yo. Yoka, 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 yo. Oh, that's really cool. How many states have you been to that you've done that? This ghost is stupid. Ghosty, 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 ghost. Ghosty, 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 ghost. You can ghost if you want to. You can leave your haunts behind. See if your friends don't ghost, and if they don't ghost, then there are no ghosts of mine. Counting is hard. Counting is hard when you're fully alive, too. So, I mean, don't feel bad. Or do. See if I care. Where's the potato? There's a potato in this map. There's supposed to be a potato in this map. Oh, who puts the knob to their corner cabinet all the way up there? Stupid people. Is there a potato on this map? What's this map? It's a mining. What map are we on? Journal. Journal? Overview. Doesn't tell me, does it? What map are we on? 12 states. Very nice. Why does it not tell me what map we're on? I want to know. I need to know. Also, this cheat sheet is perfect for my Wacom because my pen tablet just is so nice. I just touch where I want and it's like... Or wait, 13. You miss traveling? I have only ever been in like 4 states. And Anxious is one of them. Because if you ghost don't hunt, and if it don't hunt, then it's no ghost of mine. I could have said something way worse. You remember what would have happened if you just remembered to smudge when you were hunting it with the hunty spirit box thingy thing? You just done your one job? There's the hunt. Is that not a hunt? Come on, buddy. We already used the music box and she didn't get the check. So now we're having to hunt again. Hunt's done. This guy's not dead. Gosh darn it. I mean, yay. And stuff. Arizona to Miami, or not Michigan. No. Yes? What's MI? Is it Michigan? Michigan to South Carolina. I wanted to say Arizona to Miami, and I'm like, Miami's not a state. Missouri. Wait. Anyway. One of those. Just right now, I'll let... Sure about that? Love you. They have been 23 states. Very cool. What's up, Glammy? Be nice. Well, feel better, okay? Just do it. But still, that's really cool. I've been to Indiana. By subsequent, I've been through Kentucky. I live in Tennessee. I've been to Mississippi. I've been in Florida. And I've been to Missouri. because we played Southwest Missouri. No. Yes. Yes. I traveled to that state as part of my football thing, so I've never been, to my knowledge, across the Mississippi except on that one football game, and that barely counts. I didn't get to go see anything. Livered in MI all my life. Very nice. Truck's full. Something was missing though, I thought. Anyway. Randy, are you gonna join us? Let's find out. Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Idaho, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Illinois, Georgia, Maryland, Virginia, New York, Pennsylvania. Wow. Wow. Just wow. What map was that? That was Willow Street, right? No. Yes. No. No, yes. No. Was that Ridgeview? No. That was Willow Street. Yeah. Where's the potato on Willow Street? I need to know. Willow Street. Potato is... I don't know what that is. That symbol's not on the legend. Monkey paw there. Music box, key, Ouija board, mirror. What's the circle with the two dots? What cursed object is that? I've never been in an airplane either. I want to leave the country. Never come back. Voodoo doll is the one with the two dots? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Very nice. Reset. Which map this time, Sky? Whoa, they got dark. That eye adaptation thing's kind of neat, though. Michigan to Florida. Very nice. Nor have I ever been in a plane. Glammy's been everywhere. Aulette's been everywhere. Nice. What map? What map? What map? What map? What map? What map? You want to do farmhouse? You crazy? That's fine. Ready up. Let's go. Yes. Yes, I'm crazy. Let's see. Richard Stevens.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the
Dick
equipment
Stevens.
and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Parapadoctical, motion sensor, incense while it's chasing someone. I don't like it. I don't like that one. It's dumb. I'm gonna do... Oh, you put the tier 3 stuff in. That's what happened. Got it. Still prefer this. Camera. I'll do, she did that. That one. Headgear. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, I need to sneeze. Sneezing successful. And that hurt very much. Gotta sneeze again. Yes, I probably should have. You know, the airbag, the scumpus. This game needs scump-eye. Just saying. There's an axe on the table. You found the room yet? Why not? Dup, dup, dup. Go get more stuff. Don't make me get a grenade. How would Scump-Eye help with ghosts? They would help. For sure. 100% they would help. Bam, bam. Parabodoctical. What is it, Lassie? I'm coming, I'm coming. Well, there's that check mark. It's in here? Yep, I'd say it's in here. Jimmy fell down the well? Did Jimmy Jiggles fall down the well? It's like it's the off-brand Weebles. Jimmy Jiggles wobbles, but he don't fall down. No book touching. Ah, gosh darn it. There goes the perfect game. Because I'm stupid. We lost our perfect game because I suck. Get your tripod out of the way. See what happens when we play without you, Aulette? It's all your fault. 100%. Book. Salt. Salt. Okay. Not even gonna argue. Just okay. I've not died yet, though, so that means clearly, it's not my fault. My death is not my fault. Write in the book, please, Ghost. Yes, Lassie? Of course I'm blaming all that. Why wouldn't I blame all that? Salt, salt, salt. Salt, salt, salt. There's a camera. Salt. 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 Write in the book, Ghost. Thanks. You considered writing in the book, though. Should try it sometime. Face dots. Do it again, Ghosty. Do it again. Walk through the dots. Thanks, guy. 3-star ghost photo. 2 away. Not quite freezing. Let me check this one. Could be a yokai? Serious chance it could be a yokai. But we have face dots. That's it, right? It's not a wraith. Stepped in the salt. Which one doesn't do face dots? Maybe he prefers email. Exactly. Okay, either you need to press those faster, or you need to learn Morse code. Goryo doesn't do face dots, so it's not a Goryo. Alright. Let's see. We have dots. It's not a Goryo. Can I help you? Get in the game. There we are. We have dots? Do we have orbs? Do we have Orbidorbs? Yes, Orbidorbs. Orbidorbs! Ghost orbs. Ooh, it could be a dirty yokai. I think it's a yokai. Yokai would be Spirit Box, right? Yep. You want to go test Spirit Box? I'll do Spirit Box. Gonna smudge while I'm at it. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. Average sanity. What is the average sanity? Tell me. What is it? Average sanity is at 75. It could hunt if it's a yokai. And I don't know where the hiding spots in this map are. Let me open up the map. We're at the farmhouse. Level 2 hiding spots would be... Hiding spots aren't on this map. Well, that's stupid. Probably not a yokai. We'll find out. Was that a Streamloots? That was a Streamloots. What's up, face dots? Where are you? Where are you? No. Will not look behind me. Where are you? Right there. Why are you so ugly? Where are you? Won't we book riding? EMF 3. You suck. Okay, so won't be book riding. It's probably not Spirit Box. Suck it, Ghost. Where's the hiding spots? We got a smudge. Back there. Is that a real hiding spot, though? It is now. You think it's a banshee and I'm the target? Are you targeting me? You know that's a 15-yard penalty and an ejection from the game, right? This ghosty sucks, sucks, sucks. Ghosty, 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 ghost. Ghosty, 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 ghost. Heard that. EMF 5! It's a Raiju. Whoa. Ew, a Raiju. What does that mean? It's a Raiju. Oh, it's the electrical one. Okay, so we need to turn stuff off. That's off. Turn that off. What about the camera? Run away. I kind of want another smudge. I want another smudge for sure. Motion sensor. Ooh, yeah, good call. True dat, true dat. We need more pictures too. Down there's a hiding spot, straight down the steps. Let's make sure all of my stuff is off. Motion sensor's gone. Raiju, 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 Rai. Raiju, 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 Rai. If it throws it again, you can get a picture of it as an interaction. Ooh, good call. Can we turn the light on? Kinda need you to burn that crucifix, please. Burn it. Set it on fire! Please? Ghost? Can you just straight up not suck? Raiju, 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 Raiju. Raiju, Raiju harder. Raiju harder! They're supposed to be scary, Ghost. Jeez. Raiju, Raiju, Raiju harder. Do you even Raiju, bro? Is this worth it, since we can't get a perfect game anyway? No? This is when it hunts right as we get to the door. We do still need 2 more pictures, though. Technically. We're almost at 50, so... Wanna go? Raiju and go? Singe. We go! Lego! What's with all the spiders? Oh, my hand's on it. That was fun. Vamos.
Welcome
Vamonos.
back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
3 times the rewards. We didn't get the bone. Your hand is on the spider. Randy. Okay. I want to give Randy a second while I do a quick bio break. We will let the mime of the stream entertain you all. Back in a minute. Ugh. Randy, ready up. Randy, ready up. Randy, ready up. Ready up, Randy. Randy. Randy, 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 Randy. Sit. I'm not muted, you're muted. You ready? High school, right? Maple Lodge? You wanna do campsite? We're gonna go die on campsite? Ready up. Let's go. Let's do it. Campsite. You're both muted. You're muted, you muter. Dorothy Jackson.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get
Print the
down
hose.
before
Print the ghost from hunting with a crucifix. Capture a photo of the ghost. Have a ghost blow out a photo of the firelight. We can do this. Perfect game. Let's do it. Gonna yoink. And a yoink. And a yoink. And a yoink. And turn on the headlight. Where are you? It's foggy as all heck. What's with all the spiders? I don't know this map at all. Why'd we do this? This was dumb. Somewhere, it's supposed to be the generator. Ew. Toothbrush, leftover toothbrush. Some phrases are kind of wonky. Could be that. I mean, I'm not the most highly educated person in the world, so I could just be saying stuff wrong. That's always possible. Where the heck is the generator? And who chose fog? What the fog? Are you a cursed mirror? No, you're not a cursed mirror. Cursed mirror! We have a cursed mirror. Yeah, watch that be wrong because of the feet in the picture. It's under one of the tents. It's under one of the tents. Cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. It's under this tent, I think. The heck kind of sound effect is that? BRB. Sounds gooder. Is there another one of these tents? What's in the games tent? I see. Yep. Right there. How does UV work on this? Booyah! Everybody saw that, right? It also just threw that. Gosh darn it. It threw it. It didn't like me getting a perfect thing. And then I took a picture of it and it got mad. Yes, Lassie? Where you at? Yes, Lassie? I can't see shoot in this. Is this the truck? I ruined our perfect game with an interaction photo. We're gonna gag, right? Ooh. Fill up. That's so angry. We have no evidence either. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. We go. Hit the button. Don't like this map. 3-star footprints photo. Find the right ghost. No, I don't want to. Can't make it. What should I take? Flashy flash. Smudge. Firelight. Let's do that. What's with all the spiders? Catching things and eating their insides. Lumiere. Blow out my firelight, I dare you. Do it. Blow it out. Remember that time we had a perfect game? Yeah, me neither. What did we find? I hate this stupid fog. I hate it. It's so stupid. I'm coming. It's just slow. What is it? It's a 4 jump. That's a 4 jump. Dots? Orbs? Yes, orbs? Orbs. Orby dorbs. That camera's shaking. You're a terrible camera person. Blew out the light, too. I'm gonna relight that candle. 'Cause I need a picture of it. What? I see the orbs. Need to do dots. We got dots, too. Spirit box would be a yokai. You go spirit box. I can't even tell if my headlamp's on. Cat is watching. Oh, EMF 5. Got another stinky Raiju. EMF 5. Why? Stupid. Did that count twice? It counted twice. Look at me go. I should run? Oh, I need to turn the dots off. Quit throwing stuff, you jerk. I'm gonna run. We gonna gag? Yeah. Gagging a Raiju twice. That's dumb. Do you even ghost hunt, bruh? Raiju, it's a Raiju. It's be Raiju.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I need Randy to join. What I need. Victory sip. Stream loots is a great way to interact with the stream. You want to up it to insanity? No? Fine. Nightmare works. Okay, we can up it to Nightmare. Nightmare. Nope. Nightmare. Ghost will hide one type of evidence. Ghost room will sometimes change. No setup time. Short grace period. Long hunt period. Kills increase the hunt duration. Sanity pills restore much less sanity. Fuse box starts off. Almost no hiding spots. Here we go. Need to change my cheat sheet to include that. Two pieces of evidence.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Raymond Wilson,
The ghost here
EMF,
will be linked to a cursed object.
witness a ghost event, and stop with a cruci.
Using it will help your investigation.
I'm gonna take camera, put on the headgear. Let's do it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yoink. Okay. Is it in the basement? What's in the basement? Ooh, summoning circle. Photos, 3-star. What, lassie? Found it? It's in here. Hallway ghost. EMF 3. It's an EMF 3. Let's do a motion sensor. Let's do a spirit box. Let's do a book. Ghosty, 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 ghost. Ghosty, 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 ghost. Slayers, I'm going to plan to turn up all of those sounds because they don't spook me like I was expecting them to. Like, sometimes you get me, but rare. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Salt. 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 Write in the book, please, Ghost. I don't have anything on me. That's not a hiding spot now. That's not a hiding spot. Haven't found the bone yet either. Yes, Lassie. Still EMF 3. Have you found the bone? The cat is enamored. Nice. What do we have on the screen? Dots or orbs. Orbs. Okay, so it could be a mimic. We have orbs. Ghost orbs. Interesting. Get in the game. That's empty. Let's take more salt. I have one extra hand I could take. Let's do a flashlight. Rub some catnip on the bottom of the monitor. Where are all the hiding spaces? Seriously, what is with all the spiders? Turn that off. Bet it changed rooms, didn't it? I did not. Those are open. That's good. Well, turn the light off, jerk. Did you find the bone? Freezing temps? Dang. Major freezing temps. Rev, Yuri, Hantu, or Onryo? Freezing temps. Could be a mimic still. Mimic would be freezing temps, UV, and spirit box. I didn't get spirit box though. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? That was a door close. Not that door. Where are you?
Sounds far from there.
Spirit box. No, I'm not gonna look behind me. Could still be a mimic. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. We have a mimic. It's gonna mimic stuff. It's gonna mimic stuff so hard. Ooh. Spooky, scary mimicking and mimicking mimics. We get a ghost event and a burned crucie. And more pictures. Gonna pill up, because pilling up's fun. It's gonna mimic so hard, it's not even gonna know how to mimic anymore. Walk through those salt, you stupid ghost. You stupid. Have you considered walking through this salt? Should try that. Or touch the door, that works too. But walk through the salt. Thanks, guy. Three. Two more. One. Two. Perfect. Objectives. Member escape. Member of your team witness a ghost event. Hunt with a crucifix. You stupid. Yeah, tier 2 crucies suck. But we're poor and inexperienced. The thing. The thing at the thing. The thing. The circle thing. The... Let me show you this thing. That one, yeah. We could light stuff. We could light candles and get sanity down. You want to light the circle to get some of the You want to light some of the candles to get sanity down? How dare you think exactly what I'm thinking? 3 steps ahead of you. What's with all the spiders? Yoka, 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 yo. Yoka, 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 yo. Yoka, 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 yo. Yoka, yoka, yoka. F. F. And, hey! Not 4 steps behind. There needs to be a way to extinguish these now. Can I, like, take a pee on it and put it out? Psst. Burn the crucie, burn. This isn't Barbecue Simulator. Aw, sure it is. Everything is Barbecue Simulator if you try hard enough. I'm gonna put pills away. I won't need them. I'm gonna take the other smudge. It's hunting! Stay alive. My computer's struggle busing? Is it hitching or something? There's quite a bit of heat coming off of it, but it's good. It's not struggling. I gotta find the right screws to install the next 2 fans. Yeah, it was overheating big time. I need to run. I mean, it's not like I have 7 programs running at the moment or anything. Jeez. Kids these days, so desensitized by film and television. Let's get my temps monitor going. I think it was out of cruci range. Did not burn the cruci. Didn't burn the cruci. Bring the other cruci into the house. Are you cruising it yet? Are you cruising me now? Spawned in your nose, so it's a boogeyman? Why does a hunt not count as a ghost event? Serious question. Where did it spawn? Stay away. Stay away from me, you stupid ghost. I said stay away! Stupid ghosts! You suck! It's in the garage. They came out of here. Hi, how are you? It was bound to happen. It had to happen eventually. What's up, ugly? Yep, now we just need to burn the cruci. Hey, you stupid. Move the crucifix. I don't know where Sky moved it to. Oh, what do we have? It's a mimic, right? We need to put the cruci in here. Or not. I heard it. Yep, it burned. It's in the garage now. To the truck. To the truck, to the truck, to the truck, 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 to the truck, to the truck, to the truck, truck, truck. I want to throw something.
Alright, I'll move for a sec. We got everything. Let's go, yeah? I think that's a yes. Let's go.
Mimic! I died on a perfect game. Stupid, stupid ghost. Hunting me like a stupid ghost. We bumped it up to insanity, or to nightmare, by the way, all that, in case you didn't know. Yeah, I'm hitting 95 Celsius now. It's running hot. Why didn't we get the investigation bonus? Oh, we didn't get the bone. I asked like 20 times if we found the bone. This is all that's fault. Well, we go again. Camera boy. Yep, totally. All your fault, all that. 100%. I want Randy to get in here. I need Randy. Paging Mr. Radioactive. Radioactive. I would ask Derps, but she's at work and muted, so. What are all these? I need to figure out this puzzle. Arrow points this way. There's nothing this way. Okay. Something here. Pam jamming? Yeah. That room changed. Match the runes? Is that what you mean? R-U-E-N? R-U-N-E-S? Yeah, runes. But what does it do once you've done it? What does that mean? What does it do? Here we go.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Emma Strafen.
We've had
Ghost
no reports
vent.
of violence
Escape the ghost during a hunt. Crucifix burn. So, get on that. Bleh. Been going 3 hours. Does not feel like it's been 3 hours. Nowhere near it. No bone, and that closet's not a hiding spot. Bathroom. No bone. That closet's a hiding spot. That's good to know. Not even gonna mention this. We're just gonna hide it. Oh, cool. A lighthouse map? That's kind of dope. Go for a lighthouse. Ooh, 3 skeleton keys? Could definitely do that. That's a cool story. No bone in this bathroom. No bone in the closet. Emerging from a watery grave, a quiet spot to watch the sunrise. So what is that? Like, is that a spot? Is that a spot in the map? Like, is that something I have to find in this map? Oh, yeah, it's the chainsaw guy's mask. The Jason thing, yeah. Why do you have to be a jerk? Can't be a gen. So, reset that. Said reset that. Can't be a gen. Back to the game. Yeah, the Jason thing. Well, clearly you can't have checked everywhere or you would have found it. Can't be a Gene. Can't be a Gene Roddenberry. Ghost, where's your bone? I don't know where you are. Is it here? Is it a hallway ghost? Hallway ghost? Need to find the bone. Bone harder. That's a very personal question. What's a very personal question? I have no clue what you're talking about. You're gonna have to message me. Oh, the bone question? Glad Kitty's not here, or that would be quoted. Actually, I want to quote that. Let's see. Quote, add me. Ghost. Where's your bone? Phasmo. What's today's date? 1/15/2023. 2024. Yes, Lassie. It threw that book. Did it just throw this book? It's in here. Where's the bone, though? This ghost is hiding its bone. Stupid ghost. Nancy, is your bone in here? Show me potato salad. Good job, Sky. You blew the breaker. Where's the bone? It's usually in here. Is the bone on the map? No, you. Map. Tanglewood. Key, fuse box. Doesn't show where the bone is on the map. It might be a... I don't know about that for sure, Slayers. I think it's a setting. He just threw something. Ghost, where's the bone? Do you even bone, bruh? There's the bone. whole hand. Gotta hand it to you. This was hard to find. Found the bone. Oh, that came up. Go away. Gotta clear that downstream key. Apparently one of my buttons is bound to that. Oh, that's fun. You face palming at my joke? Ghost, right in the book. Do you not know camera placement? Ghost? Will you write in the book? Do you even book write? Temps. Freezing temps. Freezing temps. Evidence. Freezing temps. Captain 5155, thank you for the follow. At least this ghost has proper dental hygiene. That's an electric toothbrush. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're talking about bones right now. Ghost? Let's see. What did I have? Freezing temps. Lassie is communicating with me. What's up? Where are you? Where are you? In the truck. Orbs? I see no orbs. I think you're lying to me. Orbs could be a mimic. Could be. It could be. Could be a mimic. Mimic. Ghost orbs. Need UV or spirit box. We've not spirit boxes did yet. It's also going to hide a piece of evidence. So, UV or spirit box. If we get either of those, we have a mimic. If not, we need a hunt. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Are you near? Are you a mimic? Are you a mimicking mimic? Mimicking mimics. Shut up. Flipped the breaker and then burned a cruci. Where was that cruci? Where's the cruci? UV would be the other tail. Mimics are forced orbs. Then it would be spirit box or UV. It stepped in the salt. But no UV. And click. Nothing else is forced? Well, I mean, if you have to force it. Should have stepped in the other salt, too. It did. Right. Do we want to go try and force a hunt? Yeah. Technically, it doesn't force any evidence. Yeah, I guess. Since you just have to be right all the time. Jeez. Oh, we're one photo short! Gosh darn it. What are we missing? We got the cursed object in the bone. We got all the salt. 1, 5, 6. We would need one more salt or it to burn another cruci. It isn't considered evidence. Gotcha. Could use a candle. We do that, I think. What's the Onryo test? Oh, we have the other salt. Let's do that. Shut it. Three flames. And then an immediate hunt. Gotcha. I'm just gonna sit in here and wait on it to hunt and we'll listen. Okay. So they're all... Rev is really slow. There's the other burn. Hantu will change speeds. Yeah. It's the... It starts slower than normal and it gets faster. Mimic can be anything. Cool. What's the other objective? I remember if their team escaped the ghost during a hunt. Gotcha. That other closet is open. I can try and do the escape. You want me to try for the other escape? Last objective? I'll do it. She loaded the truck. I'm gonna start back here, though. You loaded the truck, so I'll do it. You loaded the truck, so I'll do it. If I die, I die. If I die, you'll lol. Stupid breaker. Hi, guy. That's not creepy. Think it's a Hantu? This one's a crawling ghost. It's not doing the breaker, it's doing the lights. Yeah, it was me. I turned it on. Yeah, I'll accept the blame for that one. Yuri. Yokai, yokai. Do you even yokai? Do you even yokai? Do you even yokai? No, not really. Touched that bathroom door a couple times. It was cool to see it laying on the ground and, like its head spinning. That was fun. Oh, hi. Didn't know it could spawn in here. It changed rooms, didn't it? I think it changed rooms. I think it roamed. How do we check that? Yeah, all the mercury's out, so it probably roamed, yeah. My headlamp is on, yes. Let me turn it off. Hi, guy. Hunt's done. Not a rev. Okay. Not a rev. Yuri or an Onryo? Orbs, freezing, spirit box. We have freezing. Yes. Freezing and orbs. Yeah, it's way off the... It's like the temp's not even like on the thing. Onryo will hunt at any sanity after extinguishing every third flame. If no other flames or crucifixes will prevent it. Yeah, it didn't get line of sight, I don't think. And I was standing in line of it. It didn't, like, sprint at me. Wasn't Hantu cold? It was Hantu cold, but footsteps didn't sound like a Hantu. Hantu test? What's the Hantu test? I didn't see breath coming out of the ghost. Oh, the breaker's gotta be off? That's dumb. I didn't see any breath. My breath, the ghost breath, nothing. And I was looking right at the ghost. Yuri would be shut a door. The Hantu can't turn the breaker on. High chance to turn the breaker off. I don't think it's a Hantu. It's not turning the breaker off. Not a Hantu. Rev would be... I can't see that far. 3 meters per second immediately once the player has been sensed. Didn't get that fast, so it's not a rev. Could still be a mimic. Will hunt at any sanity after extinguishing every third flame if no other flame or cruci will prevent it. can hunt at every sanity using its ability. Hunts normally at 60. Changes ghost behavior every 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Copies behavior currently mimicked ghost. Copies speed of currently mimicked ghost. I don't know. This is beyond me. Could be a copying a yokai. It did. Every ghost I've done turns away at the couch. That's why I run towards them. Because if I run towards them, then I know I'll smudge and get past them without them having to, like, double back towards me. We don't think it's a rev. Onryo. Ghosts. Onryo. Extinguishes a flame, can cause less likely to hunt when threatened. What does it mean when threatened? Did it come out of the master bedroom? People who were watching my stream, did it come out of the master bedroom? Was blinking slower, wasn't it? Don't know. Can't remember. Might need another hunt. Blink seemed normal. Let's see. If I set line of sight, goes Yuri or Onryo. So Rev and Hantu don't have line of sight. So if we're fairly certain it's sped up, then it would be a Yuri or an Onryo. Or still could be a Mimic. You want me to go Devil Smudge again? I don't wanna. Who's hosting the game? Breaker's off. Breaker's off. Go fix the breaker. Or do we want the breaker off? We might want the breaker off. I could hide if you want to watch from a camera. Normal footsteps. Through a plate. What do we think? What do we think? What do we think? Hunt early. Not a Hantu. Normal blinks. It's hunting again. It's normal speed. Onryo or Yuri for sure. Not a mimic. That was a really fast second hunt, though. That was only a couple seconds. Interesting. Cruci burn. It's interesting that it's back in range of a crucifix. After this hunt, I want to get out. What do you think? All that says it was 25 seconds after the Cruci burn for that next hunt. Think it's a Yuri? No, not 25. I have 25 seconds to get out, right? Cool down between hunts. Got it. We could 50-50 it. You want Yuri? I'll go Onryo. Alright. I got Onryo. Just because of lack of door touch? Yeah. Hey! GG. 1685. I might level up again. I did level up again. Level 3 spirit box. Look at me. Let's see. Details. Gained no sanity. I was at 0 sanity. Spent 3.5. I spent pi in the ghost room. Spent 18 minutes in the light. 12 minutes in the dark. 30 minutes in the investigation. Objects moved 119. What does it mean it used an object? Touched a door. 30 doors moved. No light switches. Tripped the breaker once. 169 interactions. It only changed rooms once. 4 events, 4 hunts, 2-minute hunts, 2 minutes worth of hunts. So 30 seconds each, roughly. Bone was in the basement. 7 minutes wandering. Nice. I don't think Randy's gonna join us. And I'm thinking this might be an LG for me. We'll see how well this last one goes, but this might be an LG. It's been 3.5 hours. I'm muted. I was muted. We're not gonna talk about it. How did you? I don't know. This might be LG for me, I think. We'll see how it goes, but this will probably be LG. Randy's probably not gonna join us. It's been 3.5 hours. Unless you turn on the stream. Don't do it. I still need 7 more Cruci burns and 7 more ghosts. Just go again. Tanglewood. No. Willow Street? Stream sniping. Stream sniping to grease lightning. You cool with that? You cool with Willow Street? Are you? Huh? Are you punk? Are you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Ready up, go. Ready up. Sky ready up. Sky ready up. We got an EMF, Cruci, and a firelight. Perfect game time. Perfect game.
Equipment and get set up before investigating. I've got a report that suggests a possible ghost sighting.
Wait, what? Grease lightning is in Greece. Whoop, not that. 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 And that. And I need another one. What do I take? What do I usually take? Already forgot. That. With your face. The other thing I said with my face. Oh, the do ya punk? Yeah. I say a lot of things with my face. No hiding in here. Ooh, Ouija board. We got a Ouija board. Play with it last. Who has their basement door swing inward? It's so dumb. Basement ghost? Definitely think it's a basement ghost. I just gotta ask the ghost how many poops it's taken in the house. I mean, jeez. What's your deal with me asking personal questions? Temps? Just the temps? Same people who have their entire house wired on one circuit. Huh. Put that down, leave the camera. Hello there. We found the bone. Found it. I'm gonna go grab a camera and I'll get a picture. Run! Gotta get the Ouija board. Did I get a picture of the Ouija board already? I did not. Ouija board and bone, and then we can do ghost stuff. Let's see. Take a spirit box and a dots. It's kind of hilarious. What's kind of hilarious? The power situation of this house? Where are you? Oh, yes, in here. Gotta get it nice and centered. Snap the picture. Take the bone. Then we gotta go into the garage. And we snap the picture. Good, good. Good, good. Smile. Where are you? I'm so sorry. Hello there. Where are you?
I'm so sorry.
Where are you? Are you close? Are you friendly? Are you here? Where are you? Face dots? Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Are you friendly? Do you speak French? Where are you? Are you French? Are you close? Are you a ghost? Are you throwing things? Probably not gonna be Spirit Box. Evidence. Face dots. I'm gonna stand in this corner with the camera and hope for more dots. I don't like these stupid dots. I want all the dots. Catching things and eating their insides. Let's see. We have face dots. And I need to get back inside game. Ghost, you want to show yourself on the face dots? So I can take a picture? Can I get face dots, please? Dots of the face variety. No. Am I in the way? Do I have a zip? Not a shade. Wait, that's an interaction? Where's the ghost? Okay, thanks, ghost. Move your tush, shadow fellow. It should have been a check mark, right? EMF. Get a ghost to blow out a firelight. Burn a ghost for hunting with a crucifix. Gonna grab a firelight. You got the firelight? Yeah. Why is it that I can get a 3-star ghost photo on the week that it's not one of the challenges? Devs, I hate you. Just so you know. You'll listen to Skiz, but not to me. And I took that personally. So, there. It's more than... Shut up. More reliable than Cole's Law. Cruci or candlelight burn. You've heard of Murphy's Law. Oh, it tripped the breaker. It's not a gin. Couldn't be a gin anyway, but it's not a gin. It's not stepped in any of the salt yet. What is it? I'm turning the breaker back on. Quit throwing stuff, you jerk. Hi, guy. I run away now. Hi, guy. Okay, we just need the crucie. Is there a crucie down there? Both crucies are down there. What is it? Orbs. Cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. And figuring it out, yes. And all the pictures. We gotta get more pictures. I want to get the crucie burn so that we can do sanity. You don't have to worry about hunting. More face dots. Or more dots. Orbs. Could be a mimic, could be a yokai. Could go do a yokai. Banshee has a target. Thay could be with age. We could figure out the Thay with the Ouija board. Can't be a mimic if we've got dots. You go grab the Ouija board. I'm gonna throw the camera down there. Could be. How old are you? You're 2. Wow. 2-year-old ghost. Goodbye. We currently have a 2-year-old ghost. Or 22? You just said 2. Let's see, what else would they? Hunts at 75% of its youngest, 15% at its oldest. It would have hunted by now then, if it was a Thay. More action when younger. Age question increases. How often does it age? How often does a Thay age? 1 to 2 minutes if you're near it. Got it. How old are you? No change. Goodbye. No change to the age. I don't think we have a Thay. And near the ghost. Oh, you gotta be near it? That's dumb. I drained my sanity for nothing. Well, okay, I drained my sanity by playing with Sky. So, you know, there's that. Oh, that agrees. Woo. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Yuri would touch doors. A Banshee would have a target. Raiju, flickering electronics. The lights have been flickering. She'll also travel over 9,000 blocks to kill me. This is fair. I don't know where a good hiding spot is. No regrets. No regrets. See how the lights are flickering? Could that be a Raiju thing? I want to ask that board if it's a Raiju. That means nothing. Wow. Don't listen to them lights. I believe you mean something. Where's the hiding spots in this house? Is this a hiding spot? Front room behind the tubs. Oh, good call. We'll take this light. I want to tilt it that way. If it is a Raiju, though, won't the extra flashlights cause issues? Make it faster? A little bit. We'll do 2 flashlights. Got the salts down. Nice. Gonna do that right there. We have 6 photos to fill. So 2 salts would do it. Kind of want... What do I want? Bring another candle in there. Can do that. Down where the ghost is? For pics. Gotcha. What's with all the spiders? It's throwing a bunch of stuff. It stepped in all that salt, though. Three. 1, 2, and 3. That should be all the pictures. And it is. Dots hunt bug? What's the dots hunt bug? Oh, it used to be invisible if it started hunting dots. That's weird. Oh, I smudged. Stupid smudge. Prematurely smudged. We just need a crucie to burn. And then to find the ghost. Figure out the right ghost. So, what do we think? What do you think? You're typing really fast, by the way. Don't think it's a they. Did you ask? Did you ask it if it aged? Did you? Huh? Did you? Yeah, still 22. Forever 22. I'm gonna start a business one day. And I want to buy up all of the stores next to Forever 21 and call it Finally 22. Probably not a Raiju. So we don't think it's a Thay. We don't think it's a Raiju. Rule out Banshee. Yuri would be touching doors, right? If we can rule out Yokai and Yuri, or and Banshee. Alright, let's go listen for screams. Forever young. I wanna be forever young. Don't know why that's in my head. I blame Forever 22. Oh, those dots scared me. No, me first. Get out of the way. Yeah. You suck. Forever young is dead when young. You chickens. I love how the hair goes invisible behind the... We gotta get the breaker again. The breaker's off. I'm feeling 22. Yeah, I know that song. There was a noise. It burned that crucie. The breaker was on. Yeesh. You tried to hunt. Don't ask me why I know Taylor Swift. I do live in Tennessee. This is true. Country music capital. If you can call it country music anymore. The newest music I've listened to, outside of like Home Free, which is mostly covers, Josh Turner from like 2003. She's dead. I'm more 60s, 70s country. Oh, I didn't know they could burn out. That's cool. I can't relight that now, can I? Oh, that's cool. Scotty McCree is good. I love his Christmas stuff. Except he can't use them. Is this true? Is she dead? This guy's dead. You dead? Not dead? Show yourself! No, I just shut the door because I'm a jerk. She's so done with me. Elsa? Sven? Samantha? There's no Samantha. Quit taking drugs, you jerk. Or do. I don't care. What are we testing? We still got orbs. Banshee and a yokai. Yokai. Well, we got the Cruciburn. I don't want it. I want to take this. Yap it up. How do you know that's exactly what I'm good at? And if it hunts, well, there's that. Yokai, 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 yo. 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 Yokai, 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 yo. Yokai, 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 yo. Yokai. Yokai, 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 yokai. You are a yokai because you smell like yokai. Yokai, 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 yokai. I am not buying it with the stinky soundboard. Probably not a yokai, or we have our sanity too high. Where's the board? Do it. Burn it. Do we have cameras? You want to go watch cameras and I'll start hide and seek? Let's play hide and seek. Let's play hide and seek. Hide and seek. Hunt me, almighty hunter. I want to play hide and seek. It's not doing it. If I just walk off, it'll probably do it. Like that. It didn't start a hunt, though. Ghost, your Ouija board's broken. Really? Cat mode? Let's see. What do we know? Looks like the breaker's still on. I did a yokai test, got nothing. No yokai. So probably either a Yuri or a Banshee. It's not been touching doors, though. But who would the Banshee be targeting? That's my question. Light just flickered. Standard drain at 10%. EMF 2. We did get a bunch of EMF 2, didn't we? I think it's a Banshee. I think it's a Banshee. You concur? Should we Banshee and go? Banshee and go? Or you want to hunt? You want to hunt? No. You want to Banshee and go? Okay. Got it circled. Go. How dare you smudge? This costs money, you know. Smudgy smudge. This guy's a stinky smudgy smudger.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I hate it. I yokai'd so hard. All it with 10 packs. Ten packs of the spooky noises. Thank you. I hope you get to scare the poop out of me with them. I'm so mad. I'm angry. Yes, go in the corner. Oh, that's so creepy. Looking straight down and walking. That's creepy. Not hard enough. Alright, well, I think that was going to be my last one, unless we want to do one more. I am missing cards, yes. Uh-huh, do you think that's some kind of flex? Do you? Do you, huh? Do you, punk? I have a full skeleton, and it's not in my closet. So there. I'm at 4 hours now, by the way. Yeah. Just crossed 4 hours. So yeah, I'm probably going to call it there. Let's find somebody to raid. Shall we? Is it bad that it's not in your body either? No. You know, I wish when I went to donate blood that they would stop asking me all these stupid questions like, whose blood is it? Where did it come from? Why is it in a bucket? I need to go to Twitch. And I need to go to... No one I know is live. What kind of jerk is this? Let's find someone to raid. Do we have any suggestions? Any suggestions? If nobody has any suggestions, I'm just going to call it, because... You know, it's midnight, and probably nobody's live. At least not that I know of. None of your people are on? Well, that's okay. We can just call it a night, then. Chicken butt? Alright. Well, thank y'all for being here. Thank you for hanging out, watching me, you know, solo through a couple perfect games, and then derping it up with Sky, who made me ruin all of my perfect game progress. No, you. But yeah, thanks for being here. We will play again very soon. I'm hoping to get into some Minecraft stuff very soon. I'm off work for the next 2 days, so we might stream again tomorrow. Millions of possibilities. Until then, thank you all for being here. Have a good night. Stay safe in the cold if it's cold for you. If it's hot for you, stay safe in the hot. I will see you all later. I love you all. Goodbye.